Hello, hello, hello.
Good evening, everybody. Where am I? There I am. Welcome on in, everybody. How's it going? Chaotic Claw, Riley, Panis, thank you for the resub. Lyles, Howl, Ruina, Doc Smasher, Bones. I am indeed over here. And no, it's a ghost. Hope everybody's doing well on this fine Monday. Hello, Xenonite. How you doing? Sorry that the stream is a little later than planned. I've mentioned before, one of the many things I do outside of streaming is I serve on the executive board of a local nonprofit arts organization. And while it's very gratifying and it's work I enjoy and believe in, the Monday night meetings I have for that almost always go long. They pretty consistently overrun when I hope them to end. But, oh well. Turns out being on the board of a nonprofit is a lot of work and you don't get paid for it. Most of the time. So I do at your own risk. It's worth it though. But how's everybody doing? Get paid in exposure, not even. Though I have gotten to do a lot of wonderful things as part of it. Exactly, very similar thing here, Bones. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it in its own way. Now, you might have seen if you follow me on social media, I may have bought some questionable things over the past 2 days or so. 2 things, in fact. 2 game consoles that turned out to be complete dead ends. Right, nonprofit doesn't mean there's no money. It means that, the goal of the money is to produce a specific, result. In this case, it's an arts organization. Sewing your own hand puppet would be a lot of fun, I think. I'm sure there's templates you can follow. But for those who don't follow me on social media, let me show you the things I just bought. Both of which I should be able to stream from. First, this one I think is probably pretty well known. This is the TigerGame.com, also known as just the Gamecom. It is a touchscreen, internet-capable handheld from 1997 that has a very simple touchscreen. It has Duke Nukem 3D. It has Resident Evil 2. It has Sonic the Hedgehog. None of those are jokes. It has calculator graphics. It has a canceled port of Symphony of the Night. Mine did not come with the stylus pen, Riley, but I am 3D printing a replacement. Now, I bought this because I just saw one on the shelf of a game shop, and I just asked, is that Gamecom for sale? And the guy just looked at it and said, yeah, sure. Like it wasn't, but I asked, so he sold it to me. It was $50. It's perfectly working condition. Now, in some serendipity, I was doing some research online. There is somebody who is working on a screen replacement modification for the Gamecom. To replace it with a modern backlit LCD. Which, one, that's very cool. But I asked him, and, oh no, I already have an N-Gage Dock Smasher. I've had one of those for a while. But I asked, how does the Gamecom generate its video out? And what I learned, with that screen replacement mod, instead of doing that, I should be able to get direct video out from the Gamecom. Which, to my knowledge, doing some research online, has never been done. There are emulators for it, and they do work well. But I should be able to get this set up at some point during this year for real hardware capture from the Gamecom. Which is not a sentence I ever thought I'd be saying. There also is a flash cartridge. However, you have to build it yourself. Like, there's a schematic, it's open source, but you would have to populate the board and, order a PCB and print it yourself. So, I might try doing that, because right now the only game I have for it, besides the built-in solitaire, is Lights Out, which was the pack-in game. This thing has 2 cartridge slots, which is quite silly. I also want to see if I can't get any internet functionality working on this, which I think required a separate bespoke cartridge. The touchscreen actually works surprisingly well. Think similar to, a Palm Pilot circa 1997 or 1998. If anybody remembers when PDAs were an important thing, then you'll know how it is. Does anybody remember PDAs being a thing? Because for a while they were, pretty ubiquitous. My father had one. And I thought it was the coolest thing in the world that he could respond to email, from this little personal digital assistant. Now, the Gamecom was not a market success, but I think it's pretty well known. Palm, they were a major competitor until they just didn't keep up. Oh, the Palm shorthand. I remember that, Ruina. That was actually really pretty inventive. But yes, I'm excited for this because if I can modify my Gamecom for direct video out, that would be just amazing. Now, my N-Gage, I have not figured out a video out solution yet, but I've still been researching it. I might buy a second N-Gage so as to not have to sacrifice mine. Also, thank you for the follow, 50 Cent Phantom, or 50C Phantom, let me know which it is. Yeah, I don't want to sacrifice my good working N-Gage unless I know it'll work. There's no way I'm the first person to say that. The other failed dead-end console I bought. This one's maybe even sillier than buying a Gamecom. Also, oh, this image is gigantic. Hold on. This is, it's funny that tonight I'm streaming from the PCFX, which is a Japan-only CD-based console from 1994 that failed in the marketplace. I bought... Does anybody know what this is before I say anything about it? I bought a Bandai Pladia. Which is Bandai's home console system before the Pippin, which they released in conjunction with Apple only a year later. Now, you might notice this only has a wireless controller. Only. And it functions by IR, so you gotta point it right at that thing. This is called the Pladia Quick Interactive System. And if you can believe this, it is technically an 8-bit console. Which seems insane to say, considering that it came out in 1994 and is a CD-ROM based format. But it is indeed using an 8-bit NEC processor clocked at 12 megahertz. It's I don't know if it's right to call it a gaming console. It's really like an edutainment system aimed at babies, aimed at children. However, because Bandai were the ones who made it, there is a huge amount of Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon content for it. Usually either like an interactive cartoon or a quiz game or educational games. Like there's one Learn English with Sailor Moon. Right, Leapfrog but better. Utilizing, the CD format. Yep, Gundam as well. Neither Doc Smasher, Japanese auction sites. It is indeed made by Bandai. There is no emulator for the Bandai Playdia. So Bandai more licensed the Pip and Riley. Apple were really the ones who made that, because that's based on PowerPC architecture. To put this in perspective, this came out in September of 1994 and has an 8-bit processor as its main processor. The Pippin came out a year later and has a 32-bit processor clocked at, 66 megahertz. The Playdia has an 8-bit CPU clocked at 12 megahertz. Which is insane. Yeah, the Pippin is a fairly normal architecture. The Playdia was really designed just to play back CDs. It does not even have a system BIOS. If you turn it on without a disc, it's just a blank screen. That's kind of how unbelievably basic the Playdia is. And again, most of its software is for babies. It retailed for 24,800 yen in 1994. And it was really intended for a young audience. There's quite a lot of software. By quite a lot, I mean like maybe 50 or so discs. That would be today's exchange rate. Back then, it was probably quite a lot more, Riley. It's very expensive for what it is. But there are games based on Dragon Ball Z, based on Sailor Moon, SD Gundam, Ultraman, Sanrio properties. There's a Hello Kitty game. There's a Kero Kero Koropi game. There's a Gamera game. There's a Nintama game. And game is a really loose definition here. Yeah, Gamera, friend to all children. That's why it's appropriate it's a children's console. Because it's got Gamera. Now, I've won one complete in box. It's only $50 US. And it's advertised as working. So we'll see about that. I'm very excited for this to eventually arrive. I have no ETA on the shipping because it's coming from Japan. But this might be the most useless system I've ever bought. We'll see if it even works. There is no copy protection, thankfully. There are ISOs of the games I can download and burn. Hey, Toka, how's it going? And I bought the game.com. Literally one I bought on Sunday and the other one I won the auction this morning. Okay, but what could be more fun than learning English with Sailor Moon live on stream? I can't think of anything better. Doesn't that sound like something you want to do? Because it sounds like something I want to do. Let me find some box art for Playdia software. Now, actual Playdia software is kind of expensive, so I'm probably not going to be buying any. Because that's not worth doing. And as far as I know, there is literally no homebrew whatsoever for the Playdia. Not only is there no emulator, nobody's even tried to run unsigned code on this, as far as I can tell. But tell me you don't want to, learn English here. Not that many, Doc Smasher. See, I would love to get one of those, Ruina. They're just too expensive for what they are. Maybe... You know, I've been to Taiwan. I should have looked for one. But even then, that was 12 years ago. You probably wouldn't have been able to find one even then. So I wouldn't, you know, ever expect to find one at a reasonable price. But you don't want to play, you know, Bishoujo Sailor Moon S Quiz Challenge? Oh, I have a Watara Supervision, Riley. And I have a Wonder Swan as well, Howl. Now, with the Supervision, there does exist a TV dock. You can play Watara Supervision games on your TV, and that was a feature even back then. It's called the TV Link. Unfortunately, they very rarely go up for sale, and when they do, they are usually very, very expensive. And not only are they very expensive, they're really bad at doing what they're supposed to do. Because it inverts the color scheme. So what was, you know, negative space on the game console screen is now black on the TV. With the TV link for the Watara Supervision. It's completely insane. Also, the TV link itself requires 6 AA batteries, or you can plug it in. It's just a bizarre, bizarre thing. I have a Swan Crystal Uno Squid, which I'm very happy to own. Now, it's actually very, very easy to find brand new Watara Supervision games. They're all in blister packaging. So if you open a Watara Supervision game, it's open forever now. You don't have the option to not do that if you want to play it, which is extremely funny. I do, however, have a flash card for my Watara Supervision that came with it when I bought it, but it is what I can only describe as a homemade bodge job of a flash cart. First, let me show you what Watara Supervision games looked like in their packaging, because it's pretty funny. Also, this one stood out to me because the name of the game and the box art are just wonderful. It's John Adventure. Those were only on Neo Geo Pocket, Ruina. I saw this and thought, oh, that's delightful. I almost bought it because it was only $10, but I came to my senses a moment later. That's real. No, that's completely real. That's just what Supervision games are like. The whole console is just like that. It is a real game on the Watara Supervision that's just called John Adventure. Which, that game's made for me. My name's John. I could play John Adventure. I need to get it. I'm talking myself into it now. Let me find a picture of the flash card I have for the Supervision, because again, it is a very homemade bodge job of a console. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I've taken a picture of it. Let me see. I'll put it this way. You have to remove the... No, you just need to see a picture. Give me 1 second. I know I have a picture of it somewhere. Right, the games are very cheap, Panis. Let me see. Who the heck is John Adventure? Me. I'm John Adventure. All right, here's a picture of the very obviously homemade flash cart. Give me 1 second. Because you have to unplug it from one PCB and plug it into the console for it to fit. It has a dial that you need to adjust with either your thumb or a quarter to switch between games. Also, this picture is gigantic. I apologize. This is the flash cart for the Watara Supervision that I have. And it plugs into the computer by mini USB. Not micro, not USB-C, mini USB. So the one the PS3 controller used. There's a reasonably large library for the Supervision, Riley. I think it's 80-something. Why does it say Vectrex on it? Because that was the web domain of the person that made it, I think. It just came with the Supervision, and I didn't question it. Along with a bunch of, actual retail games. So if I were to make a flash cart for my Gamecom, it would look a lot like that. Which is to say, a homemade bodge job. I mean, I have a flash cart for the Watara Supervision. If anybody you know has a flash card for the Watara Supervision, who else would it be but me? Can you imagine anybody else saying words that deranged? I will say, the Supervision is a genuinely dreadful handheld. I kinda love it. One of the games I have on it is a Twin Bee clone called Honeybee. Of all the things that are on there, it's Twin Bee. Why does it have a Twin Bee clone? I don't know. It's a Game Boy knockoff that came out in 1992, so of course it's gotta have Twin Bee? What golf game has the worst looking grass? I don't think, actually, that it's golf on the Virtual Boy, Volpez. That grass actually looks quite nice. It's just red. It does not make me hit a button 16 times quickly. I wish I had a Mega Duck Meaty Spec, but those are kind of expensive now. If you can believe that. Could be that diamond in the rough. Now, I really, really want a Watara Supervision TV Link, but they're really expensive. The cheapest one I've ever seen listed... That's what the TV Link looks like, by the way. You put the whole Supervision in it and then plug it into your TV from there. The cheapest I've ever seen one for sale for was, I think, $275. Now, I'm not above wasting money on stupid things because I think it would be funny to stream it. That's too much. That's too much to spend on something objectively wretched. Maybe I'll put it on my throne. I do have one of those technically. I don't use it much. Maybe I'll do that. And if somebody really wants to see Watara Supervision games for real on the TV Link, we could do that. They gave it away on The Price is Right. They gave it away on Legends of the Hidden Temple on Nickelodeon way back in the day. The Lynx is an underappreciated handheld, though I did get rid of mine years ago. If I really wanted to play Lynx games again, I could get the adapter for the Analog Pocket. But honestly, Chip's Challenge is good, but I'll live without it. For the Playdia, though, I'm unreasonably excited for that. Lynx did have good arcade ports, and a lot of forward-thinking features as well. The Bandai Playdia, though, that's going to be all of us learning together at the same time, because there's very little good information on the English-speaking internet about the Playdia. So, somebody's got to do it, right? Now, I do plan eventually to get a Casio Loopy, and I would want to get... There is now a flash cartridge for the Casio Loopy called the Floopy Drive, which would be great. I will get that eventually. That's the thing. Getting the paper to print stickers might prove tricky. I believe you can use replacement like receipt paper to print. So that should work. The Loopy is an extremely attractive system. And I actually know somebody is working on translating one of its better known games, which is Wan Wan Aijil Monogatari, which is a little dog adventure RPG game, I think. Well, because I might buy a Sega Pico at some point, Volpez. The Sega Pico outsold the Mega Drive in Japan. The Pico was an objective success and was around for ages. The Playdia was such a poorly conceived idea that it, was off the market by 1996, and its replacement came out in 1995. It's so wild to me that they released an 8-bit CD-based console in 1994. But that's not even Bandai's only home console. The Pippin isn't even the other one. They made less a console, more a computer. Bandai released a computer back in the early 80s. They hopped on the 8-bit microcomputer trend just like everybody else was, looking to compete with the likes of the Commodore Max. Of course it does, Howl. They released the Bandai RX-78 computer. That's not a joke. Now, these are extraordinarily rare and hard to find, so don't ever expect to see that. The Commodore Max Dock Smasher was an attempt to make essentially a Commodore gaming machine post-VIC-20, pre-Commodore 64. It did come out in all markets, including the US and Europe, but was most successful in Japan. It only has 2 kilobytes of memory, which is less than the VIC-20, but it has essentially the graphics and sound capability of the Commodore 64. So, the Commodore Max is weird, is what I'm getting at. It also has a membrane keyboard instead of proper keys. Very strange device. 8-Bit Show and Tell, which is a very good YouTube channel, has a very good video on the Commodore Max. But it was very quickly replaced by the Commodore 64, which made much more sense. I believe the Bandai RX-78 used a Z80-based processor, but I'm not sure, so let me check. Yep, it did. It was a Z80A clocked at 4.1 megahertz, produced by Sharp in the RX-78 computer, which is that right there, which came out in 1983. Also, thank you very much for the resub, Volpez. Oh, those chiclet keyboards are just dreadful. Though they were cheap, is the thing, Runa. If you look at, any, Tandy color computer, a Coco, tons of users replaced the awful membrane with an actual physical keyboard, which is pretty neat. Not a 4 megahertz CPU, it's a 12 megahertz CPU in the Playdia. But it's still an 8-bit processor fundamentally. Right, you could do that with the Coco. And the Z80 is officially discontinued as of last year, I believe. Which is a near 50-year run. Which is insane. 1976 to 2024. Now, there are Z80 variants and drop-in replacements that are still being produced. But the Z80 itself is no longer being produced. Still kind of insane. If you think about it, though, it makes a lot of sense because tons of stuff, in your home, any smart household appliance, it doesn't need a lot of processing power. So why not use, a Z80? The most well-documented chip maybe ever. If all you need is a simple, microcontroller, boom, there you go. You've got 50 years of documentation. Go nuts. Can make it do nearly anything you need. Yeah, but they could use something much dumber. Oh, that's not surprising at all, Doc Smasher. I mean, it was only pretty recently that 5-inch floppies stopped being used in some government applications. Which, again, sounds ridiculous, but kind of makes sense. I don't know if anybody is still making a 6502 variant Uno Squid, but... Now, a Z80, I don't think you can run Doom on at all. I know there's a RISC core, or a RISC port of Doom. They do, Pico. I think it was the Air Force that just put a ton of PS3s together to make a cheap supercomputer, which worked very well. Honestly, Doc Smasher, that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. We can still manufacture new floppy disks. They'll last for decades. They can't get hacked by the internet. They're not networked. That seems like an upside to me rather than a downside. But, all that said, I won't be able to stream from either of these systems for a little bit because the solution for replacing the screen in a Gamecom is not yet public. It's still being experimented on. When that is better known, I'll be able to do some modifications to mine and get video out, and hopefully by that point I'll have more software. Then for the Playdia, I just have no idea how long it's going to take to get to me, but once it does, expect a Playdia extraordinaire stream where I just play/watch as much software as I can. But what I'm doing tonight is I've got my PCFX hooked up still. Hope you're not sick of it yet, because I'm not. And I have an extremely high quality scan of the cover of the game I'm playing tonight, which is Kishin Douji Zenka FX Vajra Fight, based on the anime that was very popular at the time, which did get dubbed into English. I know it got dubbed into Spanish as well. Ran for, I think, 50 or so episodes. Has maybe the coolest looking box art. And this is one of the rare PCFX games that's a very easy play for non-Japanese speakers. Oh, I'll be going for quite a while, Doc Smasher, don't you worry. But this game is not, an RPG. It's not an adventure game. It is a 2D beat-em-up that really flexes the 2D muscle of the PCFX in a way that not many other games did. But it blends it beautifully with high-quality voice samples, high-quality animation samples, use of the MJPEG background layer to make some very impressive screen transitions. It's just really a super cool game. And that's why I'm going to keep playing it. Now it has two playable characters, Chiaki and Zenki. If you're not familiar at all with the story of Zenki, she's basically a shrine maiden whose family has, for years and years been, guarding some demon shrine, whatever. Eventually, the seal gets broken, and Zenki is freed, though he is a bratty child instead of a mighty warrior. So, Chiaki can use a bracelet to kind of control him and transform him into his warrior version. Evil things happen, people start getting twisted by their desires, Zenki beats them up, gets an eyeball from them. Good old Monster of the Week kind of format. So, nothing revolutionary here, but it was a fun, Monster of the Week with an overarching story kind of flavor going on. Now, in the English dub, Chiaki is voiced by Michelle Ruff, who has provided so many voices and things you've probably heard. She's Fujiko in Lupin, she's Yoko in Gurren Lagann, she's Jill Valentine in the Resident Evil games, she's Cream the Rabbit in Sonic. Kinda neat. As I was looking up, voice cast and stuff. Now, this being a Japanese game, has all of the seiyuu from the show, which was a big selling point of the PCFX. Yeah, Jill Valentine and Cream the Rabbit are the same voice actress in English. Which is pretty fun. Now, I've played some of this game on stream before, kind of when I was doing grab bags, and it's a lot of fun. So, I want to beat it, but I don't want to just beat it with one character, I want to beat it with both. Because there's 2 different playable characters, so I want to, I just want to beat the game. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, it is limited lives and no continues past that, so I'll probably have to restart the game a few times till I get good enough at the opening levels. But that's part of the fun. I am going to play as Chiaki first because she was a little easier to play as the other times that I played and was just more fun. So let me go ahead and get the game up here. Also, I love the PCFX startup screen. I think it looks great. Oh, was it Leah Salonga, Doc Smasher, or is it somebody else? Part of me wants to try to finish Darkened Sky, but the rest of me thinks it's probably not worth doing. Now we get to enjoy the awesome OP here. And I know I've said it every time I've streamed PCFX, but this quality of FMV playback just wasn't an option on other home consoles at the time. It really does look great. Oh, I would love that Volpez. If there had been an Adventure Island FX, or even better, a Takahashi Meijin, Bugtail Honey FX, Bonk FX, Bomberman FX. There's so many games I wish Hudson had been allowed to make. They're awesome, Panis. Right. And the CDI, Ruina, isn't really a games console. It was a CD-ROM multimedia device. Now, I do have the digital video cartridge for mine, and it's worth it. But, oh, Linda Larkin. Thank you, Doc Smash. Leah Salonga was the singing voice. CDI does have tons of great multimedia stuff. That was like the point of the platform, was to bring CD-ROM into the living room. Because not everybody had computers. It does have Laser Lords. It also has Eugene Levy's Wacky World of Miniature Golf, which is some of the hardest I've ever laughed on stream. Burn Cycle was a high profile title for CDI. I've talked about it. I think the CDI gets a worse reputation than it deserves because people are judging it as a games console instead of as a CD multimedia device. If you judge it by the standard of, you know, bringing that into the living room for people who didn't have, you know, a home computer with a CD-ROM drive, it did that exactly, and it did it very well. It was on the market until 1998. It's not like it was a huge flop. You know, Philip stuck by it. No, her poor friend Nozomi. Yeah, that helped a lot. That girl can't not be in trouble. Zenki's busy just having some bananas. Why'd you do that to that banana, Zenki? But we're gonna play as Chiaki. Now, this is two-player co-op. Unfortunately, I don't have a second controller for my PCFX just yet. Also, the mixture here of these nice animated cut-ins, the very high-quality sprite animation, this kind of stuff is really what set this platform apart. No, there was no multi-tap. Now I know Chiaki does have a charge attack. She also has a good throw. Getting my ass kicked. There we go. Stay away from me. Give me your eyeball. Now, this kind of blending of beautiful sprite-based graphics, gorgeous colors, voice acting, animated cut-ins like this. I wish more PCFX games took advantage of the system's full capabilities this way. Because to me, this isn't just, you know, a good game by the standards of the time or a good game for the platform. This is just great. This is the stuff I want in a game. I really, really want to find a second controller. I don't know. It's hard to find sales figures on PCFX stuff in general, Volpez. This is certainly one of the most desirable games for PCFX. Used copies are very expensive now. My brother lives about 2 hours away, Riley. I have asked him before if he would ever like to stream with me. And I asked over Thanksgiving because, you know, he was down. We played NES, but not on stream. We just did that on our own time. I don't think he's quite as gung-ho on the idea, though it would be very funny. Though we did beat Double Dragon 2 that night. Oh no, I have that copy, Riley. Not him. He does sound like me. His speaking voice is a little higher, his singing voice is a little lower. Oh, see, Chaos Ryan, I think this looks like it has too much work put into it to be a modern indie game. No offense to modern indie games, but like the amount of expertise in stuff like, you know, the sprite animation, background detailing, there's not really that many people doing that anymore. There are some, to be sure. But, you know, it's not what I would expect out of an independent game production pretty much ever. Right. It exhibits a lot of traditional knowledge, you know, honed skills over, you know, a decade or more. He's going to drop his 2 little goons. Get thrown, idiot. Well, I'm powered up now. Means my default attacks are all going to be stronger. Actually, let me power up before I go onto the other screen. Oh, that didn't stay over screens. That's fine. Come on, I'm trying to shoot you with the big shot. Let me shoot you with the big shot, you jerk. Fine, Zenki's got to come mess you up. So, one thing that drives me crazy with a lot of modern indie games, and I know this isn't really a fair complaint so much as just my own personal preference, it drives me crazy when I see things using like mixed pixel sizes, you know, rather than choosing a, you know, choosing a size and sticking with it. You know, mixels, no good. No good. Or if they're aiming for like an NES look, but use a color palette that's way too expansive, you gotta lean into the limitations. God, I love how his face melts off. So, it's not a Super Famicom version, Howl. There were Zenki games released on Super Famicom, Game Gear, PC Engine, and PCFX, all within a year of each other. But to my knowledge, they are all different games. Right. Now, Panis, this does literally have 7 parallax layers and a huge color palette, but that's because this system has 8 different background layers available, a massive, you know, sprite buffer, and a 16 million color palette to choose from. And it looks amazing. Seeing how well this game looks and animates makes me wonder, you know, how would this system have handled something like, you know, a port of a Capcom CPS2 game? Or even CPS3. Like, could this do Street Fighter Alpha? I feel like maybe. I mean, this sequence blows my mind now. Like, I think this just looks fantastic. Like, us going into the clouds like this, amazing. Can't get enough of it. I'm gonna spam this move because it's working. Where's the Doom port? None yet, Woozle. I don't know if it's possible because it would have to be pretty much entirely in software with no, you know, helper chips effectively. It might be possible. I did stream a homebrew port of a game called Anarch, which is specifically meant to be ported to as many platforms as possible by homebrew coder Game Blah Blah. And Game Blah Blah also was responsible for Cascade FX, which is what you're talking about, Doc Smasher, which I did stream. It was extremely impressive. Also, how cool was that whole sequence with the plane crashing and us landing on a train? Amazing stuff. Let's be superpowered Chiaki now. With the big finger gun. They're dead tired. Yeah, Woozle, you're being awfully rude and impatient to the nascent PCFX modding community. Saturn Doom is such a tragedy. It didn't need to be like that. We can squarely blame John Carmack for that. I love that my finger gun stops the Grim Reaper in his tracks. Very, very fun and funny. We do have PDF Doom now, which is pretty hilarious. That chef threw a knife at me. Oops, I should have picked up that banana. Neo Geo Pocket Color Doom, I think, sadly, simply can't work. I love that usage of FMV to cover a transition from one environment to another. Looks amazing. The graphics for this are great, Xenonite. That little boy was lying. He's not wheelchair bound at all. He's merged with the spirit of death. And now looks cool as hell. Like, is absolute. He does kind of look like a Digimon. Kind of need to just keep him at bay. Can I just spam finger guns? No. Because if he gets close, he's going to do that big move. Get thrown, idiot. Oh shit, that does so much damage. All of these bosses hit like trucks. Get tossed. Whoop, blocked the wrong direction. Oh, he has a throw. Give me that. That's health, and Zenki should finish him off. Yeah, good thing I blocked that incredibly sharp scythe of death with my arms. Look, Chiaki's pretty tough. So all these death scenes are super cool. Look at this background scrolling. So nice. Why isn't every game this good? Why isn't every game this detailed? Train crashed, but we're okay. Even just her walk cycle and her run, it looks so good. There's that frog guy again. Oh, this lady's fight is tough, if I'm remembering it right. What if I don't want to fight all of you? I actually don't know if there's any reason to fight stuff in this game. I love doing the big finger gun. Get tossed, idiot. What's the sound hardware like? Pretty much identical to the PC Engine plus CD audio Volpez. So games can have both sound chip-based tracks as well as CD audio, and can combine the two. I mean, if I got judo thrown by a girl who looks like she weighs 80 pounds soaking wet Doran Crusader, I would also probably lose the will to live. Big snake lady. For this one, it's mostly about not getting hit by the big attacks because they take a ton of your health, and then just doing a little bit of damage where you can. I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all, really, Doc Smasher. Oh, that chip damage is brutal. Just try not to take it. I think our best strategy. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. Oh, good timing. It does have some iframes, it feels like hee-ho. Simply don't get hit. Got her. Little death animation's cool. And now she becomes the platform. Honestly, kinda awesome. Give me that eyeball. Are you ready for things to get even cooler somehow? I don't know why the finger guns are so entertaining to me, but they really are. There we go. Yeah, to be a speedrunning champ, simply play the game faster. Actually, I'm sure the speedrun for this game is probably ridiculously quick. Is this post-apocalyptic? No. It takes place in normal modern-day Japan, but something bad has happened here. Mostly because there's demons on the run. Or Nozomi. Also, she's got a noggin of steel if she's just getting punched like that. 23 minutes, 55 seconds. That's pretty quick. Also, are you ready for the coolest scene so far? Big car monster with a brain. Tell me that's not the coolest. It's just so cool. The Demon's Doom guy missed. That's what happens when I don't get 100% kills in a level. Now, I actually haven't beaten the car guy yet. But this is also the best I've done so far. Yeah, didn't you say there was also an AutoZam AZ1 in that lot? There we go. Honestly, having one of those little K sports cars would be so cool. Oh, this guy's a pain in the ass. He does a ton of damage up close. Oh, I thought he was done spinning around like an idiot. Oh, I missed my Zenki pickup. No. Oh, shit. Oh, damn it. That Zenki pickup was going to give me health. Damn. Oh, it's fine. It's still there. Damn, he was just straight up punching me there. No special moves. Just beating me. Right, K-cars make sense in Japan. They don't make sense very much in the US. Which is unfortunate because they're super cool. Oh, come on. There we go. You guy's a punk. Give me your eyeball. So, K-cars, Lord Floof, are cars built on small frames to certain size and weight standards. So they're generally quite small, 3-cylinder engine cars that are very fuel efficient and very practical for small spaces, but don't really make sense outside of somewhere like Japan. Whoa! Hold on. I can do a running grab throw? That's what it looked like I did. No, not 3 wheels, 3-cylinder engine typically. Small engine. Very little displacement. You know, less than a 1-liter engine. So I've driven cars as, you know, cars I've owned with either a 4, 5, or 6-cylinder engine. And I can say the inline 5-cylinder engine that was in the Volkswagen Golf, while it did have... Oh, no! I missed picking up the one-up like an idiot. While it did have quite a bit of grunt, it's not worth it. They're too expensive to own. Can't believe I missed picking up that that one up. Also, here's one of the coolest set pieces. Now we get to platform on falling rubble, basically. The platforming itself is a little bit tricky, but it's not that bad. There we go. Then we just get lowered down safely. Yeah, what one up? Or Nozomi. Okay, this guy I think I need to try to stay fairly far away from because he's got a huge reach, but he's just going to do this energy attack. Get thrown, jerk. Oh my god. He does so much damage. I mean, his car face is amazing. Oh, can't. Oh, that goes both directions. Oh, he can grab. Grab and zap. This guy's way too fucking strong. Holy shit. What the hell, man? Is he seriously gonna get me a game over again? This is so hard. Oh, come on. Oh, what? He grabbed me out of my kick? Alright, we got him. At the cost of multiple lives. Oh, he's crushed. Means Nozomi is probably ultra dead in there. Where's his eyeball? Is he not dead? This asshole again? It really is a Battletoad. Oh! 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 I'm fucking dead! That's why his eyeball didn't pop out. Well. Now, we can't load the game from where we left off. I'm gonna go back one stage. And this time I am going to pick up the 1-up. If Battletoad is the final boss, that would be really funny. But I'm pretty sure it's that sword guy we saw at the very start. A lot of these enemies, I'm not sure if I even technically have to fight them, or if it's just like kind of a good idea. I wonder, if I do that running thing while I'm charged, is that what makes it a different move? No. There's our 1-up. Very important. Alright, now we're in better shape. I would love to see how chaotic this game gets co-op. Also, poor Nozomi can't catch a break. I really hope she somehow survives all of this. But I'm not optimistic that she will. I keep missing that jump. Gotta be an easier way to do it. So your double jump is actually rather rigid. Think like Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Oh! Oh, I got there. I was lucky. Severe emotional trauma. Yeah, Felly, I want to beat it. As both characters. And I gotta figure out the, like, best pattern for this boss, because he's a pain in the ass. Holy, he just does so much damage. And most of Chiaki's attacks, you can't initiate them from the air. Oh, I'm fucking dead already. What if I just time regular attacks just right? Vajra Fight is a classic side-scrolling arcade jump-and-run game. Totally rolls right off the tongue. That's it. That's the play. How did those not hurt him? Come on. Oh my god. What? His main attacks just have so much range. Ridiculous. I am doing better, but not by a lot. Come on, just let me get to my Zenki talisman. There we go. Well, we still lost 2 lives, so we didn't do much better, but we have more health and we're not at 0. So he's not dead, but if he catches us, we're totally toast. In retrospect, I shouldn't have turned and tried to fight him. But I did. Give me that banana. Get out of here, you loser. Come on, I'm trying to run. I'm just guessing. And it's been mostly working. Oh shit. There we go. Alright, that was cool as hell. Oh, we're still fighting? Oh, is he dead now? Oh! Not quite. Can I activate some machinery? Wait, how is Nozomi okay? Nozomi? Did you betray me, Nozomi? Oh, shit. What the hell? Oh, wait. I think I know. Nope. I thought maybe I could flip that switch. Also, this guy's character animation is insane. No, I don't think we're supposed to lose. I just should have been doing a better move. Oh, happy birthday to you and Glitter Procione. What salty pet fight is this? That ruled? Did his eyeball not fall out yet? I need that eyeball. I don't trust that he's dead. How you doing, Praises-in? Oh, what are you doing, Nozomi? Oh! Jesus. She was possessed, but he was like inside her. She have a hole in her back? Or was it spiritual? Simply impossible for her to catch a break. Oh, she's alive still. I'm seeing some blood on the ground there, namesay. No. Oh. Damn. We gotta get revenge now. How you doing, Gorian Boniface? Damn. She went through so much, and for what? Oh, shit! We got the OP playing. You know things are gonna go crazy now. That's how you know it's for real. God, I love video games. This game's amazing, Ars Animus. It's that fucking toady. Literally. He's a lackey. Oh, look at that background. We get some Gideon 3s in the chat. Wait. Is he blowing up the city? Oh no! He's getting possessed by the little guy. Holy shit! What the hell? This game is so cool. You know what? Besides this being sick as hell, this game is still a PCFX exclusive. It is not and has never been on any other platform. Right, just port this to all modern platforms, like, immediately. Right, throw it on Steam. Wait, I think I gotta block... Get inside most of his range, then I can get a kick or two in. He's so big. Oh my god, and he doesn't get stunned easily. Right, don't update it, just port it. There's nothing here that needs an update. We got him, but barely. Oh! Oh! Jesus! That guy's... He's toast. He didn't get anything in the end. Wow. The toad is toast. He's been battled. Holy shit, this place looks cool. Oh, damn. That was so cool! That was so cool! The reverse perspective on the guy's face. Holy shit. Oh, this guy's gonna ruin me, isn't he? Oh, he really just started the fight trying to nothing personnel kid me. Holy shit. Where is he? Yeah, that prism looks nice. This is gonna be a Dracula fight situation where the first form's like deceptively easy just so he can hit you with phase 2 that fucks you up. Sasuga. Oh shit. Oh! Oh, he's not playing. He's got them teleport stabs. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god, and the background changed. This is blowing my mind. This game's amazing. Holy shit. This is absolutely wild. God, imagine if Konami had made games on this. Imagine what a Castlevania game could have been like. That is the coolest sequence I've ever seen. Forget PlayStation, Symphony of the Night should have been on this. I mean, Symphony started development on 32X, so... They're so good, Ars. Right, forget those 3D effects. Go all in on the anime drama aspect of it. I mean, imagine, you could have had Rondo of Blood with, like, real anime cutscenes. And it would have looked mind-blowing. Just look how cool this screen right here looks. Holy shit! And now the background changed. God, this is metal as hell. Oh my god! He's insane, but he can't do anything about a judo grab. Wait, did he just stab behind himself that way? He's absolutely wild for that. This must be the final boss. Yeah, but how do you like getting Zenki'd? He does sound like Dracula. Yeah, where's his Cookie Monster form? He really loves... You know, with how well it scrolls up like that, this tells me this absolutely... They could have put X-Men vs. Street Fighter on here. Oh my god, he's so hard to fight. Oh, that was clutch. Oh my god. Yeah, he kinda did. Also, get Zenki'd. Get Zenki'd, loser. Got him! Is he dead? Is he dead for real? Oh, we're back to the start. Oh, Zenki telling us to watch out. Oh! God, look at the, like, deflated skin on the ground. That's nuts. Oh, hey, it's the other guy from the anime.
何者だ。
Aw, puppy.
この実は僕がいただいたよ。この犬神郎がね。さ、
Oh, Inugami. He's the dog god.
俺様と同じように身を食いやがった。
I remember this guy. He's a character in the
君
anime.
には悪いけど、
Becomes, rival to ally
この
arc.
国帝が食い尽くすのさ。
ふざけガキが。憑依の実は俺様が食うんだ。
今の君の力じゃ、この僕にはかすり傷一つつけることはできないよ。
なんだと。
マルバスの封印を解いたのは僕さ。ちょっとした余興にね。楽しかったよ。
Pretty sure this guy's a friend.
苦労するのを見るのは。
貴様、ぶっ殺してやる。
これ以上君たちに付き合うほど暇じゃないんだね。失礼するよ。
Oh, that stock sound effect.
クソ野郎が。必ずてめえを見つけ出し、ズタズタに引き裂いてやる。
That bastard. Right, Falco to our fox. Very much so. Now, a common criticism of this game at the time was that it's way too short. And yes, it is short, but holy shit, I'm gonna play this so many times. That is it, Alruin. But I'm gonna play it again as Zenki. It also has co-op, and I don't know if I'm gonna do it tonight. I want to 1cc this. Let's crank that. Oh, I'm playing it again. I want to do it as Zenki this time. There are difficulty settings. There's easy and hard, as well as normal, which is what we were on. Poor Nozomi. She had a bad time of it. I can't even imagine how much this game must have cost to develop. That sprite animation is so good. Developed by Hudson. They really were one of the best to ever do it, weren't they? Let's see. None of the buttons I'm pressing are doing anything. I do too, Chaotic Claw. Anytime, I think I gotta restart the system. Anytime I think about, especially early Famicom games, Nintendo's own games, excellent. They were arcade games. Donkey Kong Jr., Popeye, then stuff like F1 Race, which was a technical showpiece. Great stuff. Then you had other third-party developers starting to make games in 1985, 1984, and they were not very good, Namco was doing okay as an early adopter. But then you would play games by Hudson, and they were on another level. They were better than everybody except Nintendo. Like games like Challenger, multi-directional scrolling, multiple modes of play, cinematic action, 1985? Like, are you kidding me? They were one of the best to ever do it. And then you play something like Adventure Island, which has some of the most perfectly tuned, evilest level design that's still fair. That's the thing. It's brutally hard, but it's never unfair. When you die, it's because you weren't good enough. Although this is probably going to get content matched because it's just the opening to Zenki. This makes me want to watch this show, though. You know what? That's fair, Volpez. I have a almost unnaturally high tolerance for things like flickering, full screen flashing, tile patterns repeating. Just doesn't bother my eyes. Also, even without understanding all of the dialogue, I feel like I understand the whole story here. Because it's not complicated, It's a Monster of the Week plot. But it plays out like a full episode of an anime. Nozomi's Torture of the Week. Hudson might have published Sim Earth in Japan. That would make sense to me, because they were a major publisher. Oh, it's volumes 4 to 7 of the manga. That's wild. So it's like a whole season of the anime. Poor Nozomi. She had a really hard time of it. Alright, let's play as Zenki this time. Alright. Ooh, you know what? That would be a fun event, Riley, to do during the summer maybe. Like every Friday, play an anime licensed game and then after do a watch along in the Discord. Mostly so I can play Samurai Pizza Cats on the NES. Oh good, Zenki can attack in the air. I mean, do I need an excuse to want to play Samurai Pizza Cats, though? So, there was a disc magazine to sell the PCFX called Anime Freak FX, and it starred the mascot Rolfie-chan, who later got her own PCFX game. I mean, Samurai Pizza Cats is very literally an anime. This guy. I wonder if any of the fights are different. The game was made by Tecmo and is actually really good. See, just the way the fire animates and lights the background here. Nestor did not get an NES game. Nestor got a Virtual Boy game. Nestor's Funky Bowling. Pretty good. It is one of 2 bowling games on the Virtual Boy, and the only one I own, because Virtual Bowling is like a multi-thousand-dollar game. Nestor's Funky Bowling is honestly a really fun game. That's just the German release, Floof. Still funky. Look at the little motes of dust in the beam of light. It's a simple trick, but it looks so nice. Right, let's beat this guy up. Hey, get out of there. Hey! Don't put your ribs on me. That's gross and weird. It's just nice that Nestor got a game, you know? I've noticed the lady whose name I don't know has not been coming by to give me power-ups. I should like her to do that. I would like to... would she summon Chiaki? Or would I just become stronger Zenki? Let's find out. Hey! Let's see. So it's actually systems that came out before it, Commodore, because the PlayStation and Saturn were both out by the time the PCFX hit the market. And they had 3D graphics capabilities. Even though their FMV capabilities were nowhere near what the PCFX could do, turned out that consumers didn't actually care about that nearly as much as NEC hoped they would. Got him! One of the reasons the PCFX was so expensive at launch is because it has one entire chip on its board solely to decoding motion JPEG video as an entire graphics layer. Nope, this came out in 94. December 23rd, 1994. It just celebrated its 30th anniversary. This game here came out in 1995. But I think towards the end of the year, so it's not quite 30 yet. Right, 92 is when the Sega/Mega CD launched. Initially, NEC wanted their follow-up to the PC Engine, which was at that time being called Tetsujin, to come out around 1992, and that is what became this platform. Then they wanted to launch it in 93, but software wasn't ready. They tried to beef up its capabilities a little bit for a 1994 release, but it was pretty clear even by that point that their decision not to include any kind of polygonal 3D capability was probably going to backfire. Even if 94 was too late, the games you could get on PCFX did offer a unique experience over what other platforms at the time could give you. So it's not like the system didn't have a reason to exist. It's just that the reasons that Hudson had hoped would be compelling to users ended up not really being the system sellers they hoped for. Which, hey, you can't win every time, you know? How long does my transformation last? Is it till I die? Oh, well now I'm dead. So Zenki's stronger form is stronger, but he's a lot less maneuverable, so I'm not sure his DPS is better. Might be better to just stay little Zenki. The impression I get from everything I've read online, both of, you know, modern Western enthusiasts for the PCFX and, you know, what I've read from, you know, translated Japanese forums, is that a lot of people who own, you know, a PCFX really love it. You know, they're very happy to have one, and they like the stuff that's on it. It absolutely has a somewhat limited appeal compared to, say, PlayStation has one of the best game libraries of all time, because it's got like 5,000 games on it. If you can't find something you like on the PlayStation, you're lying and haven't looked. Because it's absolutely impossible that there wouldn't be a single game you like on the PlayStation. PlayStation is one of the best consoles of all time. There is no real doubt or debate in my mind. I like other systems more. One of the best selling and one of the best. I know some people would argue for the PS2 over the PS1. I don't think so. Well, PS2 is also way up there. I should do another massive console tier list. FromSoft, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever and make a new, slow, clunky first-person Kingsfield game. And know that it will sell well because Souls players will buy it thinking it's going to be like what they know and like, only for it not to be, and that would be objectively really, really funny. And they should do it. It may be Boniface. Look it up. FromSoft, how have you not made Metal Wolves Chaos? You could have the American market forever. I think being Big Zenki might actually be a liability some of the time. Though, actually, never mind. He's punching straight through this jump. sleeping on the Wild Arms franchise is a crime, and we should see people prosecuted for it. Good ear, Boniface.
渡してもやられるのか。
どうやらご丁寧に丸橋のところまで運んでくれるようだな。
Now, there is one traditional 2D fighting game on the PCFX. You know, not like Battle Heat or Tengai Makyo. There is a head-to-head fighting game. But it is a hidden unlockable within the VN First Kiss story, which coincidentally was the last commercially released PCFX game in 1998. Despite not, you know, living up to NEC's own expectations, PCFX was actually on the market for quite a long time. I think Wild Arms is better than Final Fantasy VII. I know why Final Fantasy VII is the one that got everybody's attention, because it's much, much flashier. And is still a very good game. But Wild Arms is more what, you know, I want out of an RPG. Really, I like every Wild Arms game that I've played. Even 4, which not a lot of people seem to like. I feel like uppercuts should work well against this one. Sometimes I feel like it's just me, Doc Smasher. I've just never cared for Final Fantasy X that much. I know that's a deeply beloved game. I've just never... It's good. It doesn't sing to me, you know? I like 10-2 more than 10. Oh, that hurt. God, I remember how relentlessly 10-2 got mocked in, you know, US gaming media for being, you know, a girly pop kind of game. And it's like, oh, get over yourselves, people. Also, Final Fantasy X-2 has one of the best controller attachments of all time. And by controller attachments, I mean controllers. Which is Yuna's tiny bees are the controller, the guns. You would think from how people acted back then, Boniface. It's very much the G4 and Faux Hawks and Mountain Dew time in gaming. Dress up's the meta in everything. The secret that they don't want you to know is that everybody likes a game where you can play dress up. Literally everybody likes it. No one doesn't want to dress up. Like, everyone likes it. See, I don't care about 100%ing games very much, Chaotic Claw, which means I'm free. All the time. Oh, it's ridiculous, Boniface. I mean, honestly, that kind of sentiment or thinking hasn't gone away, though it's become less the, cultural zeitgeist. Right, Fallout, Skyrim, that's dress up. Like 90% of the reason people play MMOs, dress up. I would too, Boniface. There we go. Poor Nozomi. Leave her alone. She's been through enough. She's gonna go through even more. Well, there's a good reason for that, Natsume. Oh, Scold X-Play? Wait, what's it say? Woozle for agreeing with... Hold on one sec. I can't really scold Woozle for that. Oh, Substitute X-Play. They're saying Chibi Robo drags at the end. I mean, that's not the worst complaint. I have a lot of other things to scold X-Play for. Like, just the non-stop, constant racism. 2000s people, you should have done better. You shouldn't have ever allowed someone like Adam Sessler to somehow become a mainstream voice about anything, let alone video games. I mean, they're just continuing on the tradition, particularly of 90s British games journalists, who would just be like, say the most absolutely absurd things you can possibly imagine, especially about Japan. Hey, don't punch me. I'm supposed to punch you. Cut it out. Probably the writers, but the fact that he's continued to double down on it in the subsequent decades, Natsume, when people pressed him, I think it was about the Baten Kaitos Origins review that went viral a while back, for being just absolutely dreadful. He doubled down on it, instead of just saying, oh yeah, that was pretty cringe review, huh? Tommy Tallarico, I don't know how, what was the guy's name? Vince or something? Who's actually a games journalist? Yeah, have a good night, Xenonite. Who was the other guy? Victor Lucas. He's still writing about games. Always has and does a good job of it. Tommy Tallarico would just say the most unhinged things, clearly hadn't played whatever they were reviewing for more than 5 minutes if he did at all. Right, Tallarico's reputation's ruined forever. But there was one I remember, it was them reviewing, I think it was SVC Chaos. And Victor Lucas has given it a great review talking about, you know, or it was Capcom versus SNK 2, I think. It was one of those. But, you know, was giving a glowing review talking about how great the animation was, you know, the attention to detail and all the moves, the fighting system. And Tallarico's like, it's the same crap we've seen since the Super Nintendo. And Victor Lucas is like, dude, it's just not. You can look at it. The first Westerner to work on Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, it's like, it's bad, it's in 2D, it's old. We've seen it before, and Victor Lucas is like, no, man, you got it, you didn't even play it. You know it's bad when, you know, people like Tommy Tallarico or Adam Sessler know who I'm actually going to defend by comparison, and this may surprise you, is George Wood. The crazy Flights of Fantasy guy. Because while he was completely unhinged, his opinions were at least his own, and surprisingly not really as racist as those guys. Oh. I mean, he had insane opinions. Well, because he was Natsume. The show wasn't just reviewing games. It was comics, movies, everything. Oh, this guy's gonna suck as Zenki. Oh, that's kind of fun, Boniface. But while George Wood's opinions are insane, they are at least actual real opinions that he held, and not, you know, some drivel cooked up from, you know, a line of Coke in the bathroom before airtime. I don't know. Are they good opinions? No. But they're pretty funny. And here's a sentence I never thought I would say. To George Wood's credit, he did occasionally have surprisingly good taste in games. He loves Final Fantasy III US, so, you know, Final Fantasy VI, so I can't really say George Wood's all that bad. No, see, I don't like Donkey Kong Country very much. I am kind of handling this guy. Got up in his face. He also complained about Toy Story on Super Nintendo for like 10 minutes, and then said, is it better than Donkey Kong Country? Yes. In one of the least coherent reviews of all time, but also one of the funniest. I think one of my favorite reviews is when he does Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow for the Super Nintendo. It was a pretty late release. It was 1996. And he says, like, the graphics are great, the animation is great, but it's an old-style 2D game, and we have 3D games now, so I don't think it's worth buying or renting, so here's the ending. And they just aired the ending sequence and credits of the game, which is one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen in a game review. terrible review, but really funny. At the same time, though, he was never presenting his reviews as anything really other than just his own insane opinions. So he would complain when a game was too hard, and also complain that there were cheats, so you'd beat the game too quickly and it was over too easily. So I handled that guy this time. No, what's infuriating? Not only did he like Bubsy a lot, he was really good at it and showed footage of himself flexing on the final boss and like absolutely crushing it. Poor Nozomi. SNES Rocky Rodent. I don't have that one, Dom. Maybe I should get it. I saw someone else earlier mentioned headphone jack and mohawk. I should get that because it looks insane. Oh, isn't it awesome, Kuakuri? Or Nozomi. She went through a lot. Now, did you play specifically the PCFX one, Kuakuri? Because I'd be very surprised if you had. Because there is one on Super Nintendo, there's one on Game Gear. When the OP starts playing, you know it's good. Look, I gave Artie Lightfoot a second chance and really liked it. Give that one up. We gotta fight the really big boss now. Well, no, first, Battletoad there has to get possessed. Frog time. It might be. Check, Boniface. Also, get ready for the coolest transformation. This guy's gonna get possessed by the little goblin man. You're 2 for 2 tonight, Boniface. Can I beat this guy first try? Oh! Oh! No, I cannot. That hurt. This looks like it would be so much fun to play co-op. God, and there's so many frames of animation for the big guy, too. He looks awesome. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. Both of the single-player cutscenes at the same time. That makes sense. Also, we're just gonna continue. I'm not starting from the beginning again. That was pretty close, though, if I'm going for a 1cc eventually. I can see why people might complain that the game was short, but I'm gonna be honest. When it's this cool, I don't care. Very rarely is too short a complaint I take seriously with games, because if it's really fun, I will want to play it multiple times. You know, just pop it in for a quick burst of action. Let me get that one up, and let me get that banana I didn't take earlier. Quite expensive, Howl. It was a premium system. They're expensive now. Most of them. Unbelievable thing I found while browsing the internet earlier. I can buy some brand new PCFX games on PlayAsia. They have a couple in stock, which is confusing, but kind of funny. I might. Not this one. I'm not sure I know the boss guy's name. Right. Too short. You know, in this game, oh no, I beat it in an hour. If I get really good at this game, I can beat it in under half hour. That's exciting, because it's really fun. And that means that if I ever am, you know, craving like, oh, you know, I got an hour to kill, I want to play a game. I know what game I can go to. You know? Like, that's not a negative. Get away from that. I need that to go monkey mode. Damn. I'm sure speedruns of this game must look awesome. Oh, I tried to get under his attack to then uppercut him, and he uppercutted me. Well, turnabout's fair play, I suppose. I should probably be blocking sometimes, but that's for chumps. I'm just gonna force my way through with extra lives. Oh! Got him. Get ready for a brutal death sequence. Of all games to do it with Kuwakuri, Super Robin Hood. That's a hard one. All right, ready to watch this little gremlin die in the coolest way? Because he's about to die in the coolest way. I sure am, talking object. Final boss fight time. Look at that!
愚か者が
Absolute coolest
わしは初め
shit.
からお前らなど当てにしていないのだ前座は終わりだ千年もの間封じられた恨み
Speaking of short games that can be beaten quickly, I think I've mentioned it, but I know what I want to do for my birthday stream this year, which will be in early February. I want to do a stream where I try to beat as many games as I am years old in a single stream. No, not beating Lunar Dragon Song 2 times in a row. Tempting though that may be. But that would mean beating 38 games in one stream. So my idea, I've been considering this, would be to have a wheel o retro games that for either a donation or a sub you could spin to choose what game I will try to beat out of a list of probably going to try to get together a list of 100 games or so. And now if it's a game that doesn't have a clear win condition, like say, you know, a sports game, a golf game, I would just set something as a win criteria, like, you know, golf under par, or win a baseball game, something like that. Oh, this was 1995, Jerkus. We're not into the 2000s here. God, that's so cool looking. Wheel of 100 golf games. I could do that. I won't, but I could. How'd he grab me? His arm was through a portal. That was some nonsense. Virtual highlight probably not, because while the fastest times would make it viable for that list, my fastest time is still like an hour something. Oh! I mean, for virtual highlight, you need to compete with Zophar. I can't compete with Zophar. He's the world record holder. For anybody older, that Zophar of Zophar's Domain, he streams virtual highlight. Is really good at it. Also, I won.
月がこの最強の鬼神ゼンキ様を倒そうなんざ100万年
Boniface 343. Oh, he's fine talking object. You should follow Zophar if you're not. He streams on Twitch. He's great. So get ready. How sick is that? The, like, deflated husk on the ground. Is that not the coolest thing you've ever seen?
君が前期かい？
So cool.
僕がいただいたよ。
Nope, no fight on that form. Right? If we could play as, I think his name's Inugami Howl. And yes, in the anime, they are rivals to friends. If I'm remembering right. You know, I don't know Doc Smasher. Because there's a lot of Zenki games. I mean, really, there are like 4 Zenki games that released within a year of each other. Bit of an anticlimax for the ending, but probably more satisfying to, you know, fans of the anime. Game is so cool. Yeah, as I was saying, if I set up a wheel of 100 games or so, with the goal being that I need to beat 38 of them in one stream, I think that would be pretty fun. And I would have options like, if you want to force me to play a specific game, you know, make it is my birthday, so I'd probably make it some kind of donathon. It would be however long it needs to be, Howl. I'm willing to spend up to 36 hours on it. But I feel pretty good about my endurance stream ability. This Lunar Dragon Song was 23 hours, and I felt pretty fine. By the end of it, I suffered no ill effects from it. Noid would probably be on the list, Panis, because I know I can beat that game in about 22 minutes. Well, no, the wheel would all have games that I know I can beat reasonably within, you know, 30 to 45 minutes. With a few thrown in that are a little dicier, a little harder. Yeah, no Gideon 3s. Castlevania, that could be a good one. But think it would probably be NES, Super Nintendo, Genesis. Might have a couple other systems in the mix. Just ones that I know, yeah, I'd want to minimize time spent hooking up different consoles, if I could. One thing it also occurs to me that I should do at some point that I haven't is make a comprehensive searchable spreadsheet of all the games I own. Because I realize sometimes when I'm out, you know, shopping for new games, I'll have a moment where I'll see like some PlayStation 1, or PlayStation 2, you know, just some random game and think, I can't remember if I own this. Now, I will throw in a couple golf games, a couple other sports games, but those would have, my idea basically is when a game gets selected on the wheel, I'll have an info card I can pull up on a per game basis to say what the game is, what system it was for, what year it released, and what the win condition is. So for something like Donkey Kong, it would just be clear, you know, Donkey Kong once. Simple. For a game that's more a score-focused one, it would be like, get first place on the default leaderboard. Sports game, if it's a baseball game, win a game. You know, things designed to keep it fairly short. Then with something like, you know, Super Mario Brothers, well, just beat Super Mario Brothers. That doesn't take very long. Yeah, let me play it, Boniface. Give me 1 sec. All I need to do for that is restart the console. Now, I know this series also got a Spanish language dub for the opening song, and it also kicks ass. Zenki is not a series I think anything has happened with in a long time. I feel like the people could welcome Zenki back. it's cool enough, you know. Here's the opening. You know, I don't know, Panis. I might try that. I know I can play audio CDs. Also, I gotta remember about this this monk with the shades, because he's cool as hell. I'm trying to remember his name. Well, this was the actual opening for the show itself, Doc Smasher. God, that one just like scream at the end. That's so 90s metal. Solma Miki is the monk guy. That's it. They got it all. The options menu. Ooh, we have a sound test in the menu. But I think these aren't. I mean, this is still pretty sick. Game's got a good soundtrack. What else we got? Every game should have a sound test. God, that Pac-Man emote. Why do some people not like Pac-Man 2: The New Adventure? Game kicks ass. This is sick as hell. Is this the vocal ending? Don't think so. Oh, it is. Nice. Every game needs these features. I don't even want to know what the game's like on hard. But I don't think we get the... Oh no, this is the title theme. I mean, I imagine it's harder on hard. That's not the case in every game. Some have bugged difficulty levels. But yeah, I think a goal of beating 38 video games in one stream to celebrate turning 38 would be pretty fun, I think. Yes, Talking Object. Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Padawan, the easiest setting, is, I swear it's bugged. It's harder than Jedi Knight difficulty. I don't know if anybody else remembers that game, but I swear the difficulty was messed up. Game does kick ass. That game did rule. I played that game almost daily for years. I was in a clan and played constantly. We had our own forum. We had our own server. days that will never return. The conditions for that don't exist anymore like they used to. And I know that just makes me sound old, but it's the truth. We don't play games the same way anymore. Dedicated servers barely exist. You know, instead of forums, everybody's on a Discord server. It's people accepted ranked matchmaking, and that's bullshit, man. That's not a substitute for just popping into a server and seeing what the vibe is like and hanging out and chatting with people while you play the game. Text chat. What killed multiplayer? I know it's not entirely this, but I really do think it is console online gaming and matchmaking. Because it changed the way people access multiplayer games so fundamentally that somehow within, you know, a 5 to 10 year span, it suddenly became the norm. And what used to be a given, that, you know, a multiplayer game would have dedicated servers, you know, either run by the company or people would be allowed to run their own, that just went away. And that sucks. We lost a lot in that. Now, matchmaking is nice when you want to just hop into a game and, you know you'll have people to play with. It's not a substitute. You see it a little bit here and there, but, you know, it went from being how you played games online to suddenly a very niche thing. You know, I still play Mount & Blade Warband online. You know, every couple weeks or so, I'll have an evening where I'm free and think, know what? I'm in the mood. I want to play. There are dedicated servers still for Warband. Game is getting up there. It's 15, 16 years old now. Maybe more. I can't remember. Warband is the best one. I still play it all the time. And I can always find people to play with. You hop in a server. Even if the server's low population, you hang out for a bit, other people will see that people are online, and then you get a good server going and you have a lot of fun. Now, that's a game I can never stream because people's usernames are wild sometimes, and Twitch would not like them. And the chat is completely unfiltered and unmoderated. And I'm not putting that on my Twitch channel. Very fun, but not... Oh, God. I loved Unreal Tournament 99, Fudgy. What's the worst they can say? Well, Twitch has a handy list of the things that you can't say on your stream or they delete your channel. And they say a lot of those things. I just ignore the chat because I'm there to just play Warband. But, yeah, it gets strange sometimes. Depends on the server, too. Yeah, exactly, Bones. We need the SpongeBob, like, dolphin whale sound foghorn filter, but visually. Yeah, try to remember being in, you know, an Xbox Live lobby circa 2005. Only now, keep in mind that a lot of the player base of Warband are European and deeply hate each other. That's the key, is that Warband is a Turkish game, and so you get a lot of people who are really weird about things. And about what constitutes Europe, and socio-political discussions that you may not expect to see in a video game. You will learn exciting new slurs. That's absolutely true. So, I think you just jump into a lobby, hit him with that. Jump into a lobby and say, like, oh, what do you mean North Macedonia? Don't you mean Greece? Exactly. It's a landmine area. Meanwhile, I'm just there as the American with, 120 ping because the servers in Europe trying to play the game, which is its own challenge. There are some US servers that do actually have moderation, but you can't count on that. Point being, it would be as irresponsible as, doing an open mic lobby in Call of Duty on stream. You just don't do that. And because the game doesn't have voice chat, it's all in text, which is worse because I don't think I can have that not show on the screen. Do you know what I mean? I love Warband deeply, and I do enjoy playing it regularly. I'm never streaming it. Look, Boniface, I usually turn the screen off in time. It's fine. I would argue that Super Real Mahjong P5 Special is 99% Mahjong with improper exhibitionist pervert ladies who walk over to the open window. I still don't understand that second girl. Don't worry about it, Doc Smasher. Yeah, usually. Look, the card game one, I still can't believe that Pikachu is in that game. Why did that first girl in the card game strip in the park? It's like, lady, we're in public. What are you doing? The other ones had the decency to, be indoors. I still can't get over the one that's Pikachu. Oh, you know what game I want to show you quickly? I do have other PCFX games I want to stream. Not going to start another one tonight. I'll do Zeroyagar another night. But I want to show you the only sports game on this system that makes me wish there were more sports games on the system. Unless you count wrestling. It is not golf. Sadly, there are no golf games on the PCFX, which is a big oversight because they could very easily, there were FMV golf games. No, think, what is the most popular sport in Japan? I don't think sumo is, actually. It's baseball. Japan loves baseball. Horse racing. No, they don't love horse racing, Boniface. They love betting on horse racing. That's different. But this is Super Power League FX. Which is just a pretty nice baseball game. Ooh, look at this 3D modeling. They don't look like that in game. Sadly. No, they look like normal baseball players. Look at this menu. How 90s a menu is this? We got that music. Now, baseball games are incredibly popular in Japan. I think there's over 40 baseball games on the Famicom alone, which is a little insane. Oh, wait. There we go. Amy, cute as you are, kitty cats do not eat spaghetti and meatballs. No, we didn't, Kuakuri. The whole Family Stadium series, never came out over here. Which, there were annual entries from like 1986 to 1994. Doesn't matter which teams we are. Look at these menus! We could go to the Tokyo Dome, Nagoya Stadium, Jingu Stadium, Hiroshima Stadium, Seibu Stadium, Marine Stadium, Green Stadium Kobe, Hu Stadium, Fujidara Stadium, Fukuoka Dome. You could go to Hiroshima Stadium, Yokohama Stadium, Koshien Stadium. I mean, let's go to Tokyo Dome. You know what? Let's go to Nagoya Stadium. It's got a really short field. So that's one of the things I love about baseball. Stadiums don't need to be the same size. There's not a rule about that. They can just be different shapes even. It's kind of awesome. Yeah, size or shape. No, there's no standard. The infield is regulated. The outfield is not. It can just be weird fucking shapes. You can have a super deep right field. You can have a big fucking wall in left. You can have a hill in center field. All right, I am on the mound first. I'm pitching. Now, while this looks pretty nice, you've got to keep in mind, at the same time this was coming out, you had stuff like Hardball 5 on the PlayStation, which was vastly more advanced looking. Oh shit, he hit an inside the park home run on me. That's embarrassing. It was Tal's Hill Dock Smasher at the Astros Stadium. There was also a pole. Old Yankee Stadium used to have statues in the warning track in center field. They were in play. Balls sometimes got caught between them. Now, while this is a perfectly competent baseball game, it would not have impressed very much in 1996 when it came out, because even offerings on the 16-bit systems, like World Series Baseball on the Genesis, had essentially full play calling play-by-play. And while the voice samples weren't nearly as good as this, the graphics weren't much worse. And that was a cartridge game. I will say the fielding in this game actually feels quite nice and intuitive, which it does not in many baseball games. Right, it looks mostly like a 16-bit baseball game. It's got a bit of neat, funky scrolling when you go from hitting to seeing a ball moving. But it does feel like, you know, they probably could have leveraged this a little better. That I don't know how. I haven't dug into it much. But chances are, if you had a PCFX and you wanted a baseball game, it's fine. It's a baseball game. It's not incredible, but it's not comically bad. Oh, didn't get over his head. You feel like they could have done a lot more. You know? Considering the technology they had at their disposal, even just as a purely 2D games machine, they could have done a lot more. You know, even if they had done it in, you know, FMV with, you know, like animated real player swings, I think that would have made it more fun and more distinctive. Because as is, it's fine. Man, line drive right to the shortstop. Put it this way, I won't be running next year's, or this year's, Bloom Baseball League in this game. That's going to stay in Super Baseball Simulator 1000 on Super Nintendo. Because that is simply the finest baseball game. Actual serious answer for what I think is the best baseball game of all time is probably MVP Baseball 2005 on whichever platform you play it on. I played it on GameCube, but it's on, you know, every console. Oh, did my PCFX shit the bed? Is the disc having trouble? Is it just loading really long? Wow. That is the longest load time I've seen in a PCFX game. But yeah, it's just a very, very ordinary feeling baseball game. Well, why don't we look at a couple of the other games I have that I haven't shown yet? So we can see other things we've got kind of in the pipeline here. I think I've got a few. That I haven't shown at all. One that I'm taking a bit of a gamble with, whether it will be okay, because I have not booted it up, so I don't even know if the intro is safe, but we'll find out. I will have my finger on the button. Let's see, because I know I've got a few here that I haven't checked out at all yet. Also, as for games that I want to play through with the translation tool I've set up, I definitely want to play Last Imperial Prince. Definitely want to play Blue Breaker. Definitely want to play Miraculum. Boundary Gate also is a high one on the list. All right, I've got a couple discs here. Super Power League FX will probably not be one of them. Now, first up, here's one that I want to play for two different reasons. Let me throw the now playing on the screen as well. Give me one sec. So this here is First Kiss Story, which is a VN dating sim type game that I think has 12 different routes. This also began a franchise. There was an OVA. I think it got ported to PlayStation and received some sequels by well-known developer Hunex. Oh, the discs struggling a little bit. But this is a very well-regarded VN. But the notable thing about this game is it has an unlockable traditional 2D fighting game inside it called Hunex Fighters 98. So that's one of the reasons I want to play it. Also, just look at these designs. Is the fighting game fun? I don't know. I haven't unlocked it. So this game actually came out in 1998. but the developer Hunex really is famous for, you know, Bishoujo and Otome games. No, these definitely have a little more of the early 90s look, but this look stuck around. Like, you know, this isn't so far off from Clanad. But I think that looks very nice. And I've only heard good things about this game. Now, this is one that if I'm gonna play it, we would need, you know, the translation tool. Also, if I want to enter my name, I gotta... Oh, hold on. My surname can only be 4 letters. That works. A lot of voice acting. Does have lowercase, but only 4 characters. Right? Because they called it Run instead of Start on both the PC Engine and this. Oh, you don't have to be sorry. Oh, okay, here's a fun thing. So, I don't speak very much Japanese, and I don't read Japanese. However, I can read 2 of the kanji there, because kanji are just Chinese characters. And I did take 4 years of Mandarin in undergrad, and while I'm mostly illiterate now, I can still recognize... can you see my cursor on the screen? Yeah. This right here, in Mandarin, is kaai. Cute. Kawaii in Japanese. But I know those 2 characters. But I know the Chinese word, which has the same meaning, and because I know the Japanese word kawaii, I know that's what it is, but that's kaai in Mandarin. Fun thing about how it works. So even though I don't speak Japanese, there will be words that I will know what they mean because I know what the Chinese meaning of their kanji is, and it's the same. We've got a map, we do all, you know, whatever it is we do. All the art seems nice. Music's jaunty. This was actually the final released PCFX game, I believe in March of 1998. Which, you gotta think, the Dreamcast was coming out later that same year. This hung in there. It didn't have a lot of games, but the people who owned them bought games. So games kept getting made. Same year as Metal Gear Solid. Couldn't quite do Metal Gear Solid on this. Oh, hold on a minute. Stock phrases I can recognize. Now, I think this game has H scenes. Her forehead is gigantic. I love it. This is what I'm about. Her head is also similarly tall.
折倉まなみです。
Seriously, look how tall her head is. Oh, I love it.
さあ、こんなところではなんだから、リビングの方へ行きましょうか。
I'm not being sarcastic or making a joke. I really do love it.
こっちです。
Now, I think because of the way the controller is laid out, I think I can just hit
それで
turbo.
は改めて自己紹介するわね。
I think I could just play until I see
私はこの家を
decisions.
任されている折倉弥生です。
I kind of want to find out
ん
because I'm not.
やだ
Obviously, I am not understanding what's going on here very well. Let's see. Okay, yup. I can totally just blast through dialogue. Let's see how long it takes us to get to a choice. Which I don't mind at all, for the record. I like VNs. I get why they're not for some people. But there's a lot of fun to be had with them. Looks like we've got a map. Is that just showing
い
a
ますね。
time of day change? Also, is all that dialogue voiced?
寝ていたん
Holy
です
shit.
か。ごめんなさい、起こしちゃって。
Are all? Wow!
お夕飯の支度ができましたから、下へ降りてきてくださいね。
That would be...
はい。それじゃあ先に降りて待ってますね。
That's super impressive if all of the girls' dialogue are voiced. I do not, Ruina. Right, that would have been a really big draw.
下はね。どうぞ、テーブルに座ってちょうだい。
This is just a one-disc game. You gotta keep in mind, Talking Object, for a game on a home console in 1998, having this much voice acting,
おいしそう。いっただきます。
I understood that whole sentence. It's very tasty. Let's eat. You, me, and her. Oh, interesting.
さあ、どうぞ。冷めないうちに食べてちょうだいね。
What are your bets? Is that mother-daughter or older sister, younger sister?
あ、そういえば、お姉ちゃんまだ帰ってきてないんだ
Oh,
ね。
it's older sister.
ああ、それならさっき電話があった
She
わ。
just answered my
友
question.
達と夕食済ませるから少し遅くなるんですって。そうなの？
That much voice acting, though, is really pretty impressive. And then to think that this game, I think, has 12 different routes? That's a lot of voice acting.
ごめんなさい。
Oh, it's okay. You don't need to say gomenna sorry. So I think to unlock the fighting game, you need to complete one route, but I'm not actually sure. Whoa! Oh, hold on.
切れてるから取り替えてって言ったでしょ、もう。
Do we need to be careful here? We're fine. Nothing's showing. This is still, you know, daytime television yet. No, we're fine.
気がついたの？
No problem. Then he died. Game over.
大丈夫？まだ頭が痛むのかしら？
Classic tropes. We all know them. Roll the credits. Oh, Cyberpunk shows much, much more and much, much worse.
長女のカナです。よろしくお願いします。
Oh, there's somebody else here.
私勉強がありますから。失礼します。
Oh, she's got to go study. I wish I had a shirt that just said Future X. I think might have been the name of another game by this company. Maybe not. More like Future X. Oh, we got a choice. Sure, that one sounds good. What? Oh, I need to bring the cursor on screen. I was just trying to hit the button. How silly of me. Well, are we trying to apologize? Did we just go to bed? We're not going to save. We got jaunty music. Next day. Wow, the whole game really does seem to be voice acted. That's kind of amazing. Come on, it's time to go to school. Or no, breakfast. Are we going to run out of the door with toast in our mouths? That's the important question. I'm not going to try to unlock the fighting game tonight. I just wanted to take a look at this game. Seems cute. Oh, we have another choice. That's too many. I don't know what to do with all of this. It got a PS1 port, I think a couple months later. But it was originally on PCFX. I really can't help but, with how tall some of their heads are, imagine what they would look like bald. I know that probably sounds silly, but like, come on. You know what? Let's look at a couple other games before I call it a night. Let's see. What next? You know what? Next up is a game I have no idea how it's going to play, what the gameplay is like, but it's based on a property that I like. There's a Cutie Honey game on PCFX. Because I think, wasn't there a Cutie Honey series in the 90s? It was still relevant. Cutie Honey's always relevant, if we're being honest. One of those things, I don't know how you could really... Yeah, Cutie Honey Flash. When was that? Data West instead of Data East. There she is. '97. Okay, so this would have been before that, I think. Or was this 97? We'll see in a bit. Go Nagai's villains always look so distinct. No, this is Cutie Honey FX. Kind of hoping there would be vocals with that. Oh, this is probably based on the OVA from '94 then. This came out in '95. Good looking title screen. It's wild when you think about how much influence Go Nagai has had on multiple genres of anime. Yo, both Mecha and Ecchi. Welcome. Oh, I was too slow to get a screenshot.
到着ゲートでのゲスト登録を必ず行ってくださるようお願いします。荷物をお預けになったお客様は手荷物カウンターまでお越しください。Attention to all arriving passengers. Please make sure to make a guest registration at the arrival gate. Those of you who claimed your luggage, please pick them up at the luggage counter. Thank you.
English voice acting. Pretty good, actually. That wasn't at all poorly done. Ah, I see.
ちょっとこんなところでナンパしないでよ。
何何？
What? What?
早く行かないと順番が遅くなる。こんにちは。ようこそアウストラルアイランドへ。男性お一人だとは。
Yeah, it's a point and click.
ゲスト登録をしますから、パネルにお客様のお名前を入力してください。
Now, I have no idea what the plot of this is,
このパスカードをお持ちになってく
but
だ
I
さい。
feel like this is probably going to be pretty
こ
fun.
れはあなた個人の ID カードで、島内の支払いや施設の出入りはすべてこれ
I've
で
been
行
given
うん
an
です。
ID card.
でも時々なくされる方がいらっしゃいますので気をつけてくださいね。
Something about it being exciting, maybe.
ちょっとこんなところでナンパしないでよ。
Oh, I see.
潰れてる。もうちょっと言って。
This is kind of a fun design.
荷物は間違わないようにしてください。
The mic feedback. That was funny.
私早めに船に乗ったから荷物が奥に入れられてなかなか来ないのよね。
Just kind of imagine sitting back on your couch, playing this. It would really kind of feel like controlling an episode of an anime.
潰れてる。もうちょっと言って。
Certainly looks the part.
大変混雑しておりますので、荷物を受け取ったら速やかに移動してください。
That feedback is so funny to me. I don't know why. Not my bag. Oh no, there it is. The art looks great. Did she snatch my bag? Let's give chase. Oh, we're at our cabin. I don't yet know what this really, how this ties into Cutie Honey, but
お願いします。どうかあの子を水へを探してください。
行ったところまでは確かなんですが、
I think we must be Honey Talking Object.
私たちはこれ以上は調べようもなくて困っているんです。
It's the impression I've been getting at least.
全くないとは言いませんが、考えられません。あの子は家出するに値する理由など、あの時にはなかった。ありません。誘拐も考えましたので、電話のそばに常に誰かいるようにしていたんですが、そのような電話は一本も。
So I think this really is kind of the almost ideal form of a PCFX game in that it's really trying to be a controllable, interactive anime experience. You know, complete with high-quality artwork, everything. Hey, Nanara, how's it going? I did already finish Zenki. I kind of want to just play Zenki again. It was really fun. Know what? I'm going to pop Zenki in so you can see the opening at least. Oh, hold on, we've got a cute girl. Nah, let's see Zenki again. Cutie honey can wait. Go. Hey Waka, how you doing? Know what? I'm gonna throw the game on easy modo and see how it goes. Maybe I can 1cc it on easy. I wasn't quite there yet on hard, or normal. That birthday cake, nice. Let's enjoy the sick OP. There we go. One to one, Nanara. You can tell the Spanish opening just made up the lyrics. Oh, that's almost even better. Right, the normal difficulty in Beautiful Joe was kids mode. You know what? I'm gonna put it on easy. I'm a grown man and I'm allowed to play on easy mode if I want to. Also, I already beat the game. So I can absolutely play on easy mode if I want to. That Nozomi. Under attack by demons. Right, so I can just enjoy the sense of playing through like a whole season of an anime. With multiple monsters of the week. And all the voice actors from the show. Ooh, should I play as Chiaki or Zenki, or should I switch back and forth? What? I like playing as Chiaki better. Yeah, close the fridge, monkey boy. We got a fight to go win. This game is just Nozomi's really bad day. I mean, Chiaki was probably there to make co-op, you know, doable.
もう大丈夫よ、のぞみ。ごめんなさい。私、呪術師として失格ね。
確かにこんな雑魚相手に手こずってるようじゃ失格だな。
センキ、そんな言い方って。
So, no relation to Sun Wukong. He's some kind of, I think, ancient demon that was just sealed away, but is obviously inspired by Sun Wukong.
なんだ、誰かと思えばいつだったか俺様に倒されたマルバスじゃねえか。
Also, if his voice sounds familiar to anybody, there's good reason for that.
あんたの知り合い？
まあな。
Yeah, just totally a coincidence. Not related to the overwhelming, you know, global popularity of Dragon Ball or anything.
小さくなって減らず口が聞けなくなったら殺しがいがないからな。
なんだと？黙って聞いてりゃ小さい小さいといちいち勘に触る野郎だ。びっくりしてやら。
Now, if Zenki's voice sounds familiar to you, it's because that's Ranma / Inuyasha. Yeah, total coincidences, Nanara. Don't think too hard about it. The sprite work in this game is just so pretty. Like, I don't think I'll ever get tired of looking at or playing this game.
ここはさっきと同じ場所だわ。一体何が起きたの？
待っていたぞ。
Let's fight this gross-looking dude.
他の奴らには悪いが、俺が
The animated character portraits add so much. Well, yeah, I mean, Sayuki is literally Journey to the West. Hey, stop being gross, thank you. Let me kick and throw you, please. Now he's gonna get scared and run away. Oh, not yet. Oh, I got gooped. Don't goop me, please. Now he's running away. Oh, on easy mode, it's only one little gremlin. Not two. I wonder, does hard mode give us 3? Be interesting to see what the differences end up being. I'd love if the car guy was easier to fight. You can choose to play either as Zenki or Chiaki. I beat the game as both. I kind of like how Chiaki plays a little better. But when you're Chiaki, if you get this power-up bracelet, she summons Zenki, who then shows up and delivers an ass-whooping. Oh wow, easy mode is a lot easier than even normal. So get ready for a very heavy metal death scene. This guy who's now a smoking crater in the ground.
マルバスのところまではたどり着けまい。
なんですって？
恨んでいる奴らが大勢いるって。
Just melts. It's not a given talking object. We were just talking about that earlier. Yeah, no, there's no censorship in this game. There's some extremely graphic death scenes, and they all look awesome. He was indeed bones and goo. So this chump, this absolute loser, Razuro is his name. Forget him. I'm fighting her. Shokoga is her name. God, I wish airships were real. They are consistently the coolest things. Fuck her up, Zenki. Oh, she didn't want me charging up my special attack. Well, that was a cool grab. Oh, helium's non-flammable. Hydrogen's the problem. Get thrown, loser. I don't know why, but it's super satisfying just throwing enemies. Also, this plane's going down. So we gotta get off it, land on a train, and we're somehow okay. God, this whole sequence is so cool looking. No fall damage. I really want to experience this game in co-op. I gotta get a second controller for my PCFX. Unfortunately, it's quite hard to find a second controller at a reasonable price. I think the cheapest one I've seen anywhere was like $50. Also, Ghost Train time. Everybody's favorite. Also, the Grim Reaper's here. We can ignore him, mostly. You tried to throw something at me, so I'll throw you. On finger guns. There we go. Oop. I don't know why, there's something so funny about just using the finger gun to take out the Grim Reaper. Or a little backflip kick. Oop. I'll take that banana, thank you. Time to fight the little wheelchair boy. Well, I don't know what his deal is. Is he just lying to us? Or does he just get possessed? It's not clear. I mean, that's not that surprising, Dirkus. You know, you can get a Super Nintendo controller for, what, $10? Thing is, there weren't a lot of PCFXs out there. But in fairness to new controllers being expensive, they have a lot more technology in them than this does. This is relatively a very simple controller. But yeah, easy mode is significantly easier. I do not think there were any third-party controllers. I wish there were, Kuzi. Now, I know there is an adapter to use any Bluetooth controller on the PCFX, but I don't need that. So look at all that background scrolling. It looks so good. I mean, there's no stick on this Dirkus. It's a D-pad. Can't have stick drift if you don't have a stick. That loser frog. Get out of here. Is there D-pad drift? I mean, D-pads can get sticky, you know, and not work very well. So, sort of. That guy's not even facing my direction. There, you get the big spirit finger gun. God, that's so satisfying. So I don't think I need to fight any of these guys if I don't want to. There we go, speedrun strats. Simply don't fight. Time to beat up the big snake lady. Well, I think I figured out how to fight her well as Chiaki last time. Mostly just being patient. But being patient's no fun. Sometimes you want to be reckless. There we go. And get Zenki'd. So I think on easy mode, the bosses both have less health and attack less aggressively. Like, this one's definitely not being as aggressive in her moveset. Which I'm not really complaining about, mind you. This was one of the more difficult fights to get a hang of last time. Got her! Not that I think the normal mode difficulty was too hard or unbalanced. It's kind of nice breezing through it like this. Though, know what? Making this stupid car guy easier can only be a good thing. Right, it's nice that the ease comes from the behavior, not just numbers. There we go. Get thrown. Give me that banana. Thank you. How'd that fly hit me that hard? Ooh, I have a downward shot. Neat. Can I throw the fly? think I can. I think I did it last time. It's not working now, though. That's okay. How do you keep getting yourself in this situation, Nozomi? Like, what are you doing that this keeps happening to you?
よかった無事だったのねのぞみごめんなさい
And big car monster.
俺の名は鉄兵歴。この娘の命が惜しければ日没までにこのビルの上まで来い。
のぞみは関係ないわ離して
これはゲームだ。
This guy might be the hardest fight. It's because he has such long reach, but he also punishes you when you're close. Oh, one thing to look out for here. As I go down this hallway, there's a painting, a portrait. I'm pretty sure that as I walk by it, its face is going to melt off, revealing a skull. So see that face in the portrait in the background? Yes! Its face totally melts off. I didn't just hallucinate that before. God, that's cool. That's such cool attention to detail. Alright, now let's fight this chump.
ここから先に行きたくば俺を倒してから行くんだな
Come here, dude. This guy thinks he's tough. He's a chump. He's a chump and I'm gonna treat him accordingly. He has a pretty cool design though, I can't I can't lie. Don't you dare throw me. You know what? He hasn't done his cyclone move. Maybe he can't do that on easy. Maybe by extension, there might be unique attacks on hard mode. That might give me reason to, if I master the game on normal mode, you know, 1cc every time, then hard mode probably will be worth learning if the behaviors are actually different. Not just, you know, numbers adjusted. How is this little fly guy messing me up? Well, I actually will take the banana this time. So I don't think I actually need to fight these guys. I might be able to just run by them. Fighting would mostly just be convenient. Oh, though no one-up lady might not show up if I don't clear the enemies. So let's clear the enemies and see if one-up lady shows up. Oh, do I have to clear all of them? Probably. You know what, though? We don't need the one-up. We got this. Also, how did Nozomi survive this fall? It's like, I get how I survived this fall. So, you know, I'm awesome. How's she do it? And there we go. Getting better at that part. Maybe she was already, like, broken on the ground and then got possessed. It's the only thing that kind of makes sense to me.
どうしてこんなことにのぞみは関係ないのに
Alright, let's see how the car guy fight goes on easy.
まだ生きていたのか。往生際の悪いやつだ。こうなったら俺を
Anime logic, Nanara. We can do whatever we want. Let's not wait. Let's just hit him with the Zenki. That little transformation animation looks so nice, too. Why do all of his moves need to be so insanely hard to avoid? Oh my god. I just can't find, like, the easy way to beat this guy. He takes up a ton of the screen. His attacks have insane reach. Dude's just tough. Alright, he's not tougher than Zenki, though. Get out of here. There's probably better moves I could be using, and I think Zenki is a lot better than Chiaki at fighting him.
絶対に死なんぞ。
悪党にふさわしい最後ね
But it's just a tough fight, I think. Thank you for the banana.
待つゲロ
This loser.
タコを倒したからといっていい気に
Get out of here, man. Nobody likes you.
マルバス様の右腕の
This is what I think of you.
相手になってやるゲロ
Even though this killed me the first time I saw it, man, it's cool. There's not a lot of time to react, but you kind of don't need it. You just keep jumping at the edge of the screen. I think this is one of those fights that more than anything is just there to look cool. And it really does. And now,
よかった無事だったのね来ないで
poor Nozomi. If you think about it, the fucked up boss guy saves our life here. So that crusher animation is just ridiculously gnarly. So cool.
何があったっていうののぞ
This game just oozes style.
この世界に来て初めて会った時から罠だったのさ
みのぞみ
1000年前だったら
That's not Nozomi, Chiaki.
騙せなかったやな。
許せない
She's dead as hell.
俺は他の連中のように真っ正
Right? No good deed going unpunished.
彼は嫌いでね。俺とマルバスを倒したけりゃこの先の恋に来い。地獄の扉を開けて待ってるぜ。
Poor Nozomi.
ごめんなさい私いつも迷惑ばかり言ってるのよのぞみ私生ま
まれ変われたらもっと修行するね。のぞみ。
Poor girl. She went through a lot today.
いててのぞみ。
Zenki just stands and looms over her. Chiaki holds her as she breathes her last. And now we get the absolute coolest part. Because you know things are getting intense when the OP starts playing. That's how you know it's real. So cool. I didn't need that banana at all. I'll take that one up, though. I almost wish that part was longer. Well, it is on normal, and I imagine on hard. Just because there are more enemies, maybe. Time to finally fight the frog guy. But not how he wants. Right, if you lose to the OP, you lose all aura instantly. You're not cool. Oh, this game's amazing, Kuma. Just watch. Nope, this is a villain from Zenki. Because it's a Zenki game. Frog guy thinks he's finally gonna get his turn. Joke's on him. He's getting possessed. How cool is this? Damn, how strong is Chiaki to hurl that guy? Yeah, that's Zenki, Kuma. 90s anime. Oh, I just got sent into orbit. Holy shit. Ow. So this game is based on the anime. It's also great. It's got all the voice actors from the anime. I mean, anyone that large with that much muscle is also going to be really fast. Alright, fuck him up, Zenki. Get in there. We got him. He just withers into nothing and dies. The death scenes in this are all brutal. And final boss time. Look at that. Straight cut in half.
わしは初めからお前らなど当てにしていないのだ。
So cool.
前座は終わりだ。千年もの間封じられた恨み。今こそ晴らしてくれる。大角の魂と共に冥府に落ちるがいい。
Let's get him. He really starts off with the teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid move. Honestly, I kind of love him for it. Oh, that's the first form done already. So I love how those rotating pillars look in the background. It's a super simple effect, but it looks so good. Oh, that hurt. Oh, I'm getting sliced. Ow. Ooh, that got me. Alright, can we beat it without having to continue once? Not counting that. I mean without having to load. Also, if I die again, I'll turn into Zenki to finish it off. But I think I got this. That was a tough fight, but not impossible. One more good kick and we got him. We got him! Yeah, GG no re. Now we get to enjoy the cool ending sequence again. Shh. You know, we can still feel good about beating him, even if it's the third time tonight. The game's a lot of fun, okay? Now we get to see the cool fake out ending again.
そうね、食べちゃえば二度と蘇ることもないし。
It's so sick.
まだ勝負がついてないぞ、ゼンキ。マルバス。
Just the way he's like bursts through that guy. So cool. Damageless. No. I mean, easy mode, I don't feel any shame about beating it on easy mode. I beat it twice on normal, it's fine. Now hard? No! I'll play hard when I can beat it without having to load on normal mode. Which means I've got to figure out better fights for the car guy, the frog guy. Final boss I think I kinda got. Actually, what I've got to do is figure out what I'm playing Friday. I haven't decided yet. It won't be Zenki again, I promise. So after this wraps up, I am going to call it a night. But as usual, Wednesday, 6 o'clock Eastern, I am playing more Doom, as I do. I'm going to play a WAD that came out a couple months ago called Tower of Babel. which is 40 stories of quite small footprint mapping fun. Looks quite good. Also, thank you for the follow, Blind Phoenix 8. And then Friday, I'll be streaming starting at 6 p.m. Eastern like normal, but I've not decided what I'm going to play yet. I might give the PCFX a break. You're all probably getting sick of it at this point. I'm enjoying myself tremendously, but I do have plenty of other games I could look at. So I'll decide what I'm going to play on Friday later in the week. Should be a good time. You know, just kind of... I mean, so do I, Boniface, but there's plenty of road less traveled on slightly charted territory. Though I will be taking us deep into the wilderness once my Bandai Pladia arrives. And eventually, when I have the capacity to capture mod my Gamecom. Oh, a big diner breakfast sounds so good right now. You know, the diner breakfast you get at 2 a.m. That would do it. That's Zenki, though. It's awesome. It is one of the most sought-after games on the PCFX, and it's easy to see why. It kicks ass. It kicks total ass. Now, it does have a co-op mode. I do not have anyone here to play with me, and I do not have a PCFX controller. They would cut the endings to put in more commercials. That would happen in the US too. They would often run commercials over the ending, like they'd minimize the ending and start running a commercial, you know, as it was playing out. Or just, you know, drop the volume on one and start playing another. You gotta leave the opening alone, though. Everybody knows. So I'm one of those people, when I'm watching anime, I never skip the opening. Doesn't matter if it's a show I've seen 1,000 times, I will never, ever skip the opening. I have, Nanara, that's the funniest thing. I don't skip the ending either. You know, I don't do that thing where it's like, oh, you can skip to the start of the next episode. No. Give me the full opening, give me the full ending. I want to watch it. Especially if it's one I like a lot. You know, you will never catch me skipping, you know, Chala, Head Chala in Dragon Ball Z. Not gonna happen. Not an option. Right. Let me appreciate it. I mean, I don't care if there's a post-credit scene. I'm not skipping anything if I can help it. Let me put on something that will have an opening animation to play, though, while I talk us out to the end. Let me see. What do I got? Oh, I hate when it starts to try to skip things post-credits. Like, no, I'm still watching that. You didn't even have the decency to ask me if I'm still watching it. And the answer is, I am still watching it, so please don't skip it. Let's see. Ooh, this one's got a good opening song. I'll put that on while I let you know what's happening. So, Wednesday, Tower of Babel for Doom 2. Friday, some things depend on what comes in the mail. I could potentially, by Friday, maybe be able to play Sonic Robo Blast 2 on the Sega 32X. Mail pending. That might be an option. Which would also mean that Doom 32X Resurrection plus CD could be an option. Though I might want to save that for a Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to do it, Howl. Oh, I think I don't have enough free space on the internal memory of the system to even play the intro. Oops. Doom on PDF is wild. Like, the world we live in, that we can just have Doom play in a PDF is honestly hard to comprehend. Well, let me see if this one has a queued opening. Now, there are memory cards you can get for the PCFX. They slot right into the front of the system, but they are volatile memory and kind of expensive, so I'm mostly just going to play with the internal memory and have to delete stuff. But that'll be Wednesday at 6 p.m. Friday, I'm just gonna see what kind of mood I'm in when Friday gets here. It all depends how I'm feeling, what we end up doing. No matter what, though, I will make sure it's going to be fun. In the meantime, let's find somebody into whom we can retro raid. Also, this should be the opening to Tonari no Ralphie, which is a game starring the PCFX mascot character, Ralphie-chan. Just look at her. She's adorable. How can you not love her? But let me see who's online. And then we can see into whom we will retro raid. Let's see.
ここは魔界の中央にある魔法の国ソーサリリア
I'm trying to see what we've got. Oh, hello! Welcome, Raiders. Sorry, Kine, you actually caught me right as I was getting ready to end. We won't end just yet then. Welcome on in. How was the Nakaboke Yap session going, everybody? Received a raid and ended immediately. Oh, for anybody joining who doesn't know me, which I'd be surprised, honestly, given where you were. My name's Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, in which all members of Nakaboke have participated multiple times. And I play lots of retro games on real hardware. And I recently bought a really kind of obscure Japanese game system that I realized I should have had up on the screen this whole time, and I forgot. I forgot to have my PCFX right here, which is this thing. It is the NEC PCFX. It came out in 1994. And was really aimed at focusing on FMV. Also, thank you for the follow, Simply Cincy and Campswork Shelley. Sorry if I've messed up your names terribly. What really set this apart was really high-quality FMV playback. Only came out in Japan. Also, thank you for the follow, Emo Psyduck. This is, not a very popular or well-known system, but I've been having a blast kind of going through the library. Just Shelly? Okay. Let me actually show the game I played this past Friday for it. Recently got a fan translation. It's called Team Innocent, and it's an amazing sci-fi anime, kind of alone-in-the-dark style puzzle adventure game with 3D pre-rendered backgrounds and scaling sprites. The game you're seeing here is Tonari no Princess Ralphie. She was kind of the mascot character that NEC came up with to promote the PCFX, and she ended up getting her own game in 1997. The thing that really set this system apart was the quality of its FMV playback, which seems mundane to us now, but at the time the system came out, none of the other consoles on the market could do this. The PlayStation and Saturn, they did full motion video, but not nearly as smoothly with as many colors or as high quality. Unfortunately, this console had no 3D capabilities whatsoever, meaning it, even in 1994 when it came out, was pretty instantly behind the curve technologically, and it cost $100 more than the PlayStation and the Saturn. And it appears to have frozen. That's not great. Oh no, it's just the opening. Let me show you the other game I mentioned. Now, the PCFX actually just turned 30 this past December, so just a couple weeks ago. And I picked one up on a whim that was actually listed as junk. But here's a tip if you are ever doing like a Japanese auction site or things listed on Japanese auction sites. Junk does usually not mean that it doesn't work. It means that the condition is not confirmed. And this listing specifically said that it read discs but slowly, which is a problem I know how to fix. There's a potentiometer on the laser assembly, so I just took it apart, twisted that pot a bit, put it back together, and it works very well now. So I got a really nice deal on one. Because I do all of my retro game streams from real hardware. You're getting the composite out straight from the back of the system. I think it looks great. It's also got a very nice splash screen here. It's quite fun. But you should see just a minute of this game to kind of get an idea of what it looks like. I loved it. I finished this on Friday, and it was a total blast. So let's skip to the fun part of the opening. This is the exposition part. The fun part is we play as a 3 genetically modified human team called Team Innocent, who are basically galactic police. Oh yeah, this was not a home computer, Turtle Sheen. This was NEC's attempt to follow up the PC Engine, so the TurboGrafx 16. It was not very successful in the marketplace. I would love a Sharp X68000, but those are extremely expensive. Always have been, still are. But just looking at this, how can you not love this? You know? Now, this was a launch title for the system back in 1994. I would have been pretty impressed by this. Now, if you want to play this game, it does have an English translation now, and the PCFX does emulate well, so you don't need to be a weirdo like me who buys a 30-year-old console from Japan. Though if you can, it's pretty fun. Also, I love the character designs, I love the song. Everything about this game is just a ton of fun. Lots of great animated scenes while you play. I finished this last Friday. I had such a good time. The team that worked on it did an amazing job. But I was about to end, so I am going to keep that raid train going. I just took a little detour to show everybody the good word of the NEC PCFX. I love it now as a system. I've bought it. I've fallen in love with it. It's got tons of VNs, RPGs, kind of oddball games that you're not going to get anywhere else. And the game I played tonight was actually a beat-em-up based on Zenki, Kishin Douji Zenki. And it was a ton of fun. Really beautiful 2D action. And it's nowhere else. It was never ported. Neither was Team Innocent. Both exclusives, both wonderful. But I am going to call it a night there because I get up quite early in the morning, which means my alarm goes off in under 7 hours from now. So let us find somebody into whom we can retro raid. If you like retro streams or if you like Doom 2 custom megawads, I am your guy. Usually stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, starting around 6 p.m. Eastern, usually a little later starts on Mondays. But it's always real hardware for retro, and new Doom stuff comes out all the time that I am always playing and enjoying. So let's see, who do I know that's playing some retro? I'm going to bring you from one retro game to another if I can. What have we got? Let's see. You know what? This is a fairly new VTuber, Cruaflow, playing a game I like a lot that I do want to finish on stream at some point. They are playing Guardians Crusade for the PlayStation 1, also known as Night and Baby, which is a wonderful offbeat RPG that I highly recommend you check out. But that's where we're gonna go. So have a great night, everybody. I will be back on Wednesday at 6 p.m. with some new Doom, playing a megawad called the Tower of Babel that looks very promising and fun. And then Friday, 6 p.m., I don't know what I'm doing yet, but it'll be retro and it'll be a good time. So have a great night, everybody, and I will see you on Wednesday. Bye now.